Okay, try two. Holy smokes, it's working. Alright, welcome guys. This video is going to be kind of a like follow-on successor, I guess, of Gamer Dad's video right here of the basics of armor coding. So this is going to be a live stream, not an edited video. I'm just going to walk you through me doing some edits on the Warlords Redux 2.0 mission files, and generally what my workflow is, so you have an idea what comes after this basics of ARMA coding video. It's going to be a lot of the same stuff, but I'm going to show you like some real world examples of me working on the code. And I'll start it off with a very simple fix. And then after I get the simple fix done, you guys can see the workflow of how you do stuff. I'm going to go do a bunch of much more boring things. So I haven't live streamed in years, so my audio is probably scuffed and all that, but I'm not gonna worry too much about it. And the words on the screen might be too small for you to read unless you're watching on like a big monitor. So phone users, sorry. I know I watch a lot of my videos on my phone, so you won't be able to see the individual words on the screen, but that's alright. I'll talk you through everything I'm doing. Okay, so start of my workflow. So I'll block out a couple hours. Be like, okay, I'm gonna work on, and this is why you'll see in the mission change files, like you rarely see me make changes, but when I do, it's like a shotgun, like a machine gun type approach, because that's just the way I like to work. So what I do is I'll go in here, and I can look at bug reports. Right now the server's down because there's been an ARMA 3 update. By the way, I need to get on Steam. Oh, I'm a noob. I haven't updated ARMA 3 on Steam. Hang on one second. That's going to be kind of embarrassing if I'm trying to do this and have to stop to update ARMA 3. Okay, cool. Got ARMA 3 updated. Sweet. So I'll look in here for bug reports. Generally not a lot of bug reports. I look in here in the to-do list. And again, this isn't the best place for stuff, but I've been putting blue check marks on stuff that I've been able to fix or do. But what I do particularly, I keep my own Discord. And let's see here. Let's look for my bug list. Here we go. Bug list. This is my personal bug list. Things that need to be fixed. And I'm going to look here at the dev branch current blockers. Air vehicle spawning in Korbelz is a shit show, which it is right now. I re-added aircraft spawning and heli spawning to Korbelz in the last dev sprint I did. And yeah, I completely broke everything. But the good news is, because I did that, I was able to learn some things, which is the most important thing, because I have super limited skills. It also made me realize this other bug, which this is painful that I didn't notice this. I put this bug in the dev branch like 2 months ago. Had it gone to live, you guys would have figured this stuff out in like a single mission. But the way I test locally, and that's another big thing, I'm going to show you guys how to test locally, because Gamer Dad did not cover that part in his video. It seems kind of obvious to people like me and him, even though I don't have any like professional experience with this, that you need to test your code in-game before you submit it. But I'll show you how to do that. Yeah, when I was testing somebody in the Discord, I'll show you. It was a feature request? Yeah, feature request isn't a bad place to do stuff. It was Dara. Make a helicopter spawn option for airfield's helipads. Dara probably single-handedly saved the no AI vehicle spawning from making it to live. Because when he did this, I was like, oh, this is a super easy code to fix, and I'll show you how I fixed it. I went here to the populate sector file. And what did I do? Oh, this is not... Okay. Well, since we're here, VS Code, I'll talk you through this. This is a code editor, and this goes back to Gamer Dad's basics of armor coding. I think in his video he's Sublime. That's another great editor, but any actual like proper code editor is what you want to do, and you really want to do it for this highlighting. It makes stuff so easy to read. Like years ago when I was doing like bot scripting stuff, which is where I learned to like start to program. I used to program in Notepad++, and compared to something like this, it was horrible. So, but I love VS Code because it does this. And I can just search for heli, and it does a global search through every single file in the entire thing. So let's see here. I kind of already know which file I'm looking for. Here we go. This file I'm looking for. So it's going to be Warlords load faction classes SQF. And this is where Dara saved everybody by his thing. When he did this, I came in to this file, and you can see all the stuff that I have commented out here. And what I did is I took this first line, and I copy and pasted it. I went to the BI wiki, which is right here. I just have the random page open up. And I actually have the exact page I think I used. Where is Discord? So, sorry, I'm not used to keeping all my stuff. I have like a bunch of monitors, and I'm used to keeping everything on one screen. But I want you guys to be able to see all this stuff. So, where did I put that? I think it was this file. Oh, well, let's just search Blue4. So what to do, Blue4. And there's somewhere in here, I don't remember, I have the link somewhere, I don't remember where I put it. This wiki is not the best to navigate, but yeah, you go in here and it gives you, there's actual spawn table somewhere in there. And that's where I get all these, oh, here we go, I can just copy and paste this stuff. That's actually probably how I found it. So this I_APC_wield, that's spawn code for an individual vehicle. And again, it's literally not even giving me the stuff, the chart I want. But that's okay. So essentially what I do when I'm doing work on the Warlords, when it comes to the wiki, I'll just have like 50 wiki tabs open, and like I randomly find what I'm looking for. And as soon as I find that, I keep it. So, but the wiki is actually super useful. I highly recommend it, even if it's probably not the best to navigate. I do have the link somewhere in this Discord. I just don't know where it's at right now, but we'll be working on it later. So, go back here to my bug list. Actually, we were talking about the spawn code. So I changed the spawn code up, and what I did is I used that that underscore thing I just showed you from the wiki. That's that spawn code right here. And in the wiki somewhere, again, there's a chart that shows you all this stuff. It's really easy to find if you can actually find the chart. And so I did all that, and then I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna go into game. I put the weights on here because the weighted chart's really easy. It's you put quotation marks, the spawn code, you put the weight for the people you want, and then for me, I add behind it, I always add a comma or a comment explaining to other people exactly what it was, what the default value was, so if anybody ever wants to revert the change, it's really easy. So I added every single possible fighter and helicopter. Yeah, and when I went into the game to test it, I realized they weren't spawning. In the process of doing that, I realized all these other vehicles weren't spawning too. So that's how that bug report came about. And we're going to fix that later tonight here in the live stream, since it's on our bug tracker. But for this short part of the live stream, I'm going to show you how to fix this bug right here. Give you like a start to finish workflow on how we do that. So air vehicles spawning in Korbelz is a shit show. That's gonna be my bug list that I'm gonna work on right this minute. And when you actually have something to look at and focus on, it's extremely helpful as far as fixing bugs. So I already know from my bug list that I'm looking for ID2. ID equal to. Let's use little letters, because apparently this is case sensitive. Or not. I put this in here to make this really easy for me. So I know which file I'm looking for. We're looking for mission SQF. Yep, this is the one. Okay, I see how it's formatted. I was formatting it wrong. There we go, ID equals 2. So as you can see with this global search here in VS Code, I pull up mission SQM and it says ID2. I click on that and boom, it takes me straight to this class item 2 data type logic. And Warlords Redux, this data type logic, is something you can edit in game. You can place it in game. It's a logic object you place in game. And you basically just, in Redux, you place it on the spot where you want the city. And you give it some parameters. And these are the parameters like position and I don't know what angles is, but it's whatever. And you place that in the editor, then you put all these inits on it. And Warlords Redux does stuff with this, and it comes out with a sector. I'll be honest, I don't really know how it works. I just know how to edit it. But as part of our bug, we know that this A identifier, which is part of Redux, is what allows W is a harbor, A is airplanes, and H is heliport. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to highlight that and delete. And yeah, literally that simple. So I've literally just fixed the AI or the aircraft spawning in Korbelz. But we have to test this. So the change that, and this is the probably most important part if you're going to be editing code, is you gotta test your code. So what we are going to do, we know what our results should be. Our results from this simple little change should be Korbelz will have a harbor and a heliport, but not an airfield. So I'm going to jump into game. Definitely can't stress this part enough. You don't want to like, and this is probably how that no AI vehicle spawning, I made a change to the vehicle spawning code, but I didn't actually understand how to fully test it. And yeah, you never want to get yourself a situation where bad code makes it to the live server. And because of the amount of mods that I have on Arma 3, I have it loaded on a HDD instead of my SSD, so yeah, we'll be sitting here for a couple minutes with some 2014 hard drive tech. You can see it's literally just chugging on add-ons right now. Hard drive's like, no, please, God, why? But yeah, there was no way I was gonna fill up my SSD with like all Arma 3 stuff. And this is the part that had me hung up for the longest time. I was afraid to change code because I had no idea how to test the code to make sure it worked before I did stuff. Or I was doing really simple things because I just didn't understand how to test things. So, okay. Uh, Up here in your profile section, something you want to check. So your mission files, if you go back to Gamer Dad's The Basics of Armor Coding video, it talks about cloning the repo to a folder. Your folder that you clone it to is actually tied to your Arma 3 profile. And this has messed me up far too many times because I typically don't play on Tyler Durden profile. It's like my original old school profile when I didn't know what I was doing, and I have like 10,000 loadouts on it. So, yeah. So I have to change this because Tyler Durden is the profile that I use for my mission editing. Then I go into editor right here, and I click Altus because this mission is on Altus. And basically what you're doing when you're selecting map, you're selecting, when you go look, particularly when you're talking about that mission clone or the cloning the mission files part in the folders, you're going to see folders for these different maps. So you're basically just selecting which folder you want to go to for the mission file. Actually, I think it's appended at the end. It's like Warlords Redux .altus. That tells you the game, like, hey, you want to use Altus as the map. Again, I'm not a professional at any of this stuff I do. This is all trial and error stuff I learned, but I wanted to share it because we could totally use a few more people like just dipping their toes in and trying stuff out. So I'm going to open, and in here you can see it's under my missions, and I have Warlords Redux under missions here. This temp NP mission was a mistake I made. I like saved something wrong or something. I'm not sure. So I'm going to click that, and I'm going to click open. So, and once this is done, I am going to the play tab here, and this is my just testing thing. So what I'll do is I'll go into VS Code, I'll make a change, I'll save that change, I'll jump in here to Arma, I'll open up, and I'll reload this. I'll do this entire thing. I'll reload the entire mission to make sure I'm getting a fresh mission file that has the changes I made. Then I click play, then I click play in multiplayer. So play in multiplayer is not exactly the same as the dedicated server that GamerDad runs, but it's going to catch 99.9% bugs. And it, for instance, for me, for some reason, it's creating a bug with the SAM sites. It only happens to me when I'm doing it like this. I've tested on live server, it works fine. And I've rolled the code back and I've done some other things. Like, I can't figure out it. It has something just to do with me playing locally. So boom, we are in the Warlords menu. Start the game up. That spawn in the center of the map bug, I have literally no clue. Holy smokes, I got Neri, dude. Wow. Normally, I literally have to start 20 to 30 games to get a Neri spawn, so I can test Korbelz stuff. And something I also do, recently I changed the distance between bases, because I found the original Warlords Redux code had distance between bases of 5, which was way too short. I increased it to 6, because I was trying to stop bases from spawning on one side of the map. That didn't work. And this is how I found it out, because I start tons of games testing airplane and helicopter spawn stuff. And I realized that you could have a base up here. You could also get a base down here with 6 spaces between them. So I recently upped it to 8. So now every time I start a game, I'm checking to make sure both bases aren't on the same side of the map. But yeah, we got a Neri spawn. That's literally like a 1 in like 30 chance of getting that.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Okay.
Select sector.
There we go. So we already have the information we need. So I'm hovering over next game. I'm hovering over Kavala, and Kavala is reading that as a heliport and harbor, which in the code is W and H. So we already know
Sector
our
selected.
fix worked. And if I go over here to a place that actually has an airfield to verify my change, I can see AAC says runway, helipad, and harbor. I got a cough, sorry. God, I hope that wasn't too loud on the microphone. Okay, so we know that change fixed. So now I'm going to show you what happens after you verify a fix, what you do next. God, I hate this map zoom thing, dude. I haven't figured out how to fix the default map zoom, but I fixed the in-game stuff map zoom. Okay, so we got that done. What was I doing right here? Oh, right, I was trying to, okay. That was me working on some airplane spawn code. I'm trying to figure out how to recreate some of the Redux code in that debug box so I could debug stuff faster. Haven't figured out how to do it yet, but it's a work in progress. Okay, so we verified that fix. We're essentially shutting that little local server down. Okay, so now we're back to VS Code. We've gone into the game, we've tested that a fix worked. We are happy with it. Now we go to committing that code. This is GitHub Desktop. And there are numerous other programs you can use for Git and to submit changes to GitHub. I just use GitHub Desktop because it's what I started with when I first started using GitHub, and it works great. So we come through here, and these are basically our staged changes, like what GamerDad was talking about in his video. This is just a slightly different format from a different program, but it's the same concept. The change is now staged, ready for a commit. Down here is where I make all my updates, and this is what you're going to see on the Discord. Discord bot takes this little block and posts it for you guys. So here I can look at the code and I can review exactly what I did to make sure I didn't break anything. We've tested it in-game so we know it works. I'm looking at it right here and be like, yeah, that's literally exactly what I did. Because occasionally I'll change some backend stuff for testing and I'll forget about it. So it's really important you actually go through the files here and look at what you did. And you can click this little button right here. It says discard. That's just part of this program. Other programs have the same thing. And it'll get rid of any fat fingers you made. So I'm going to put here, removed aircraft. I think for something that flew for 15 years, I would know how to type aircraft. There we go. Aircraft spawning from Kavala. Removed. Let's see, why did I remove this? Real reason I removed it is because I can't get the aircraft carrier working. I like to make really, so this part I mostly do for the guys on Discord. But this part down here, I try to be a little more in depth for any other devs in the future that come along to make sure they understand why I was doing something. Like they understand my thought process. Moved until, I'm just gonna type out what I did. Move aircraft carrier. And later tonight, we're going to go back and play with this aircraft carrier some more. I got some ideas on how to prevent players from messing themselves up. Okay, so the headline here is removed aircraft spawning from Kavala, which we did right there. We've gone into game and verified it. And this is just thank for any future devs working on this until I can get aircraft carrier spawning working. I can't have aircraft spawning because people are going to throw a fit if they spend 10,000 CP and they lose their airplanes. Which I really don't blame anybody for getting mad about that. I'd be mad too. Especially since you're not going to understand that it spawned under the water at the bottom of the ocean. It took me I'd spawned probably 3 or 4 of them before I figured that out. Okay, so what I've done now is I submitted that description. I committed it to Korbelz, which is the current branch I'm working on. The live branch for the server is Master Altus, I guess. I know what I do. I do all my changes. If you fork this repo or something, because you want to use it in your own server or you want to make your own changes, you're gonna commit stuff to your branch of it. Then GamerDad can take that stuff and pull it in a server. You know, if he likes your change. So here in GitHub Desktop, now that I've committed some code to the Korbelz branch, it's not on GitHub yet. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the code to Origin. This is called pushing your code. And when I do this, it's going to pop up on Discord. So, boom. Okay, so let's hop on Discord. And boom, here we go. Mission changes. Move the aircraft spawning from Kavala. There we go. So that is a start to finish of like just a workflow for a really simple bug. So if you were wondering about that, this is probably a good time to stop the video. But I'm going to keep the live stream going because I got a bunch of other stuff I want to work on tonight. But yeah, if you just wanted a quick like workflow guide on my particular workflow and how I work on stuff, that was it. Thanks for watching. And afterwards, I will post this on the SimVets Discord for people to review. And I've already posted on the live stream the link to the GitHub page for anybody that's not involved in the project and wants links to the Discord and all that jazz. So enjoy, guys. And I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to finish my drink, get a new drink, and then we are going to start going ham. I'll probably be maybe talking a little bit less and doing some like more serious work. Like, I need to fix some serious stuff in this code tonight. So, especially if GamerDad's going to be updating it soon. So, okay, I'll see you guys in like 5 minutes. I'll be back. Yo, I'm back. Okay, so the professional part of the live stream is over. That was the last part. I'm not going to cut up the live stream. I'm just going to keep on going. So yeah, rest of the night's just going to be me vibing. I'm going to open up my beer. I'm going to turn some tunes on. And we're just going to jam out. And I'm going to be talking at nobody while I code. So if people are interested in just seeing, my thought process and stuff, it's not very deep, trust me. I literally have no idea what I'm doing. I just trial and error. It's all trial and error. Okay. So we're gonna go back to Discord, and I sort of covered this in the professional part of the live stream. And if bad words bother you, please stop watching the live stream because I'm probably gonna end up cussing at some point. Right. Okay, let's see here. So I have my to-do list here. And I like to use this to just kind of gather my thoughts before I start a vibe session. Alright, so our biggest thing we want to do tonight. So we learned from our last coding session 2 weeks ago that, and yeah, this is just kind of a thinking time too. It's so when I put the aircraft carrier in Kavala, I went back and I was like, okay, Gamer Dad had removed heliports from Kavala. And I apologize, dude. I ate dinner really late last night, so I'm going to be burping constantly doing this. But, yeah, so if we go back here and look at these git commits, we're going to be looking at git commits a lot tonight, guys, because we're going to be refactoring some code. So we got to look at a lot of commits to try to, yeah, here it is. April 9th, removed helipad, Kavala as helipad city. Not enough open space for aircraft to spawn in the town without damage. I did not understand this commit when he made it. In fact, I was kind of angry. Because what I had done, and you're going to see why his code makes perfect sense here in a second, and why I was wrong. So what I had done on all those cities where I added heli ports, when I initially added them and I was testing them in the game, when you would call a helicopter into the old system where it would come in and it would spawn in the air and fly, it would come down and land, what the AI would do is they would look for anywhere they could see to land and they would attempt to land there. And I was reviewing the wiki and I was testing some things in the game, and what I found out is the AI likes to land on helipads. And because of this, in the in-game visual editor, they added this invisible item called a helipad. And if you place a helipad, the AI, if it's anywhere nearby and it gets a land order, which is what Redux is doing, it's spawning it in the air at a random place, and then it's giving a waypoint in your general vicinity, and then it's giving it a land order. And when the AI sees a land order, first thing they do is they look for a helipad of some type. Why the helipads on Altus don't have this by default, I don't know, but essentially what I did is everywhere there was a helipad painted on the ground, like at the military hills and stuff, I added an actual helipad for the AI. It's invisible in game, but the AI can see it, and they would come and land their helicopters on these helipads. And Kavala was a particular difficult one because there's a helipad on the roof of the hospital, but it can't fit a Blackfish, so that's off the table. Because, yeah, Blackfish. You have to test all your helipads based on Blackfish since it's the biggest helicopter. Or VTOL, I guess, in that case. So what I did is I wandered around Kavala placing blackfishes and testing them until I was able to find spots inside Kavala where I knew they could fit a blackfish. So I went through all that work, and then GamerDad removed helipad as a city. I was like, dude. But it was because I didn't look at his code. Let's look at his code and realize why. What he did was the correct thing. So, we go in here. I can zoom this in for you guys. Ooh, fancy. Look at me. Technology, boys. We got technology. Alright, that was not the commit I was looking for, but I'm on the right track. Okay, so this is literally just where you remove the H, just like we just removed the A. Helis spawn on ground. Yes, this is actually the code I needed. So what he did is... Apologize for that cough. And this is the good part of the code that I didn't realize. I didn't recognize this part. I didn't look at this commit, and this was, he did the right thing here. So he changed part of the process client request, SQF, from spawn, and one of the potential modifiers for the spawn code is fly, which means they start in the air. That's the way Redux works. Normally, he changed it to can collide. Can collide means they spawn on the ground, but it looks for somewhere that, and I think I remember this from the wiki, it looks for anywhere within a area that it can place a 3D model without the 3D model colliding with another object. Theory, that's good. Problem is, for some reason, rotors on helicopters don't count as part of the 3D model. Because I was spawning them in Kavala, and they were just spawning on random streets. And I would try to take off, and their helicopters clipping buildings. I was like, okay, well, that sucks. But this code tipped me off to a lot of stuff. Because for some reason, I never even thought when I was looking at the spawn code to look in process client requests. So because I never looked in this particular SQF, and GamerDad found this and fixed this, which stopped helicopters from coming in and flying, as soon as I saw this code, and I found this because I went back when I was adding the carrier, I saw this remove helipad city, and then I ended up seeing this VTOL spawns on the ground. So this is kind of like detective work. And when I saw this, I was like, oh, you can change this spawn code. So let me show you what I did. Once I realized this shindig, and I'm really glad I ended up seeing that because it was incredibly helpful. I went, if we go over here to dev branch, corp dev, go to my commits. And I apologize, guys, if you don't like looking at GitHub commits, you probably want to stop watching because we're going to be spending all night. We're going to be cleaning up this code for, like, I guess, production. So yeah, this is going to be not super interesting for you if you're not interested in looking at code in GitHub commits. Okay, so using GamerDad's commit from back in April, when I went back and reviewed that a couple weeks ago, that gave me the idea to start looking on the wiki, figure out how do I stop helicopters from spawning on streets. Like, it works in basically every other zone in the game except Kavala, because Kavala is like such a densely packed city. You're gonna have problems, and this fixes another problem in a way, because it now kind of puts the onus on the player to find a good spot to put their helicopter instead of the game. Because right now, and you can see here what I changed, and we're gonna look at this code more in depth so I could explain it to you. It's looking for a variable. So essentially what's happening farther up in the code, you can see this else bracket. So farther up in the code, there's an if statement. An if statement is, if this, blah, blah, blah. If these criteria aren't met, you now have an else statement. And in this else statement is what determines helicopter spawning. And this is on completely GamerDad's credit for figuring this part out. I completely missed this when I was originally working on helicopter spawn code. But once he found this can collide thing, I was like, oh, okay. So I went and started looking at this target position final, and yeah, and I looked on the wiki and I was like, okay, no, we need to get rid of that. If we're gonna get helicopters working in Kavala, I need to find some way to stop helicopters from randomly spawning within like 200 yards of the player and using this can collide code. So what I did, I wanted to keep the can collide code because I don't want people putting helicopters in really, really stupid places and getting mad at me. But I also wanted the player to be slightly responsible for where he was putting his stuff and not have, but have control over it, if that makes any sense. So I found this in the wiki. You can change that part of the code to position player. So I was like, oh, cool, cool. So once I did that. I went back to Vala, tested it. Yeah, it works perfect. It's beautiful. And at some point tonight, we're going to be talking about this bracket part here that's empty. This, if you look it up in the Create Vehicle wiki, it spawn on marker. If I ever get the aircraft carrier working, this is how I'm going to do it. There's a lot of problems with it, but I think it's doable. And this is going to be just me riffing right now. I am not a very smart programmer, and I'm definitely not a smart ARM 3 scripter. But here's my idea. So spawn this inside this bracket is spawn on marker. So what you would do inside this else bracket, you would create a marker that would be at the player position plus 1/10 of a meter up, because you don't actually want the airplane spawning like on the deck. You want it like just a couple millimeters above the deck, and you actually want it to like fall onto the deck. It's just something I've learned Googling a couple weeks ago trying to fix the aircraft carrier. So what you would do is you'd create a marker in here. You would create vehicle on position player or at the marker, which would be like 10 millimeters above the deck, because the player would be standing up on top of the aircraft carrier, which essentially you'd give yourself altitude. You would create the marker. You would spawn the airplane on the marker that was like a couple millimeters above the player, and the plane would fall onto the deck, and that would be how you fix it. At this point, that's too big of a project for me, but I think that's how you do it. I got a cough again, sorry. Okay, I think I need a map like a mute button for OBS, but one second. I'm going to my OBS settings here. Settings, audio. Okay, where's my push to mute button? Okay, so I made a push to mute button. I just gotta figure out how to use it. We are going to use number pad slash. Oh, that's probably a really bad idea. Backspace, nope, it's even worse. Can somebody name a button that I'm not going to use while programming? Page up. Oh, actually, here, do this. Alright, mic check, mic check. Alright, I'm gonna test my push to mute button here real quick. It's page up. Test, 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 test. Nope, that did not work. Test, 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 test. Nope, not working. Oh, I see what I did. Mic check, mic check. Nope. Hang on, let me see. I'm gonna run some audio through my other computer, see if I muted myself here. Sorry guys, I'm learning this whole live stream thing on the fly. I think I may just do check, mic check. Hang on, let me see. I'm gonna run some audio through my computer, see if I muted myself here. Sorry guys, I'm learning this whole live stream thing on the fly. Okay, I'm back. We're gonna just do. It's muting my desktop audio, not my mic audio. Okay, so I got muting worked. This is good. But I'm muting the wrong thing. Okay, I'm back. We're gonna it's muting my desktop audio. Oh, we got it. Okay, so I got muting. So, almost got this, guys. You don't have to listen to me cough anymore. Okay, I'm gonna be talking. I'm gonna mute my mic. Yeah, I figured it out, guys. Okay, no more extraneous random noises from the microphone. Your ears can rest in peace. And I could just chat. Okay, back where we're, this was a whole line of thinking that started with GamerDad's commit from months ago. Taught me a lot about how helicopters spawn. And I already talked about how I think it's possible to use markers to fix this in future, but too big of a project for me today. But what is a project that we can work on, and I am going to have to move this. Actually, I think I could just move Discord. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you guys the rest of my to-do list. Refactor spawn code. And this is going to be a lot tonight. This is literally probably going to go on for like 5 hours or so of me just randomly working through things. So this is our big thing. We're going to refactor spawn code. That's why we started talking about spawn code, because we're going to be looking at that a lot tonight. And my plan to do this is I'm going to go through and fix all the dumb things I tried in the spawn code, because they're all still in the code. Because I tested them, they all worked. I mean, when I say worked, I mean they didn't break the game, but they don't need to be in the game because they're not default. So what are the other things I need to... It's basically my bug list. Yes. We need to fix AI spawning for indie team. And by fixing the AI spawning for the indie team, I'm going to disable AI spawning for... I'm not going to disable AI spawning. I'm going to disable the random vehicle spawning for Op4 and Blue4. Right now, Op4 and Blue4 have no AI vehicles spawn when the AI spawns. I tried to make that happen. I failed. I still need to come up with a fix for that, and we'll talk about that later on when we get to it. I have some ideas how to fix it, but at this point we're not adding features, we're getting things production ready. Okay. So these are my two biggest things that I have to get done tonight. I really need to go through and completely refactor, recode the entire spawn thing to get all the dumb things I put in out. And I have to, and this is another one on my bug list on my blockers, is I have to fix AI spawning. AI spawning vehicles. And the other one is move USS Freedom outside of Kavala spawn. And this was another hack I was using to get aircraft and helicopters when I was testing this. The Kavala spawn area is actually big enough that it goes over the water, so I backed the carrier right up to the beach. And yeah, it was a little bit of a hack I was using for testing. Okay, build ramp. That is ammo truck, ammo fuel. Truck usable. So for my testing on the USS Freedom, what I did is I built this incredibly steep ramp using concrete ramps from like, I don't know, Exiles or whatever. Okay, it's the default part of Arma, but like it's one of the things you use in base building for like Exile mods and stuff. I built this incredibly steep ramp. You guys might have seen it in the I posted a picture of it in the War Sims Vet Discord. You could see it where I had the slammer parked on top of the aircraft carrier. The thing I didn't tell you guys about that ramp was you couldn't drive up that ramp. What I had to forward up that ramp. What I had to do is I couldn't believe this worked, because in real life this generally works too. If you can't get your vehicle forward up an incline, you bring your vehicle rear up an incline because you'll get more torque. And I was like, well, I got no options. This tank clearly is not going to get up this like 15-degree ramp by going up. So I turned the tank around on the beach and I like backed the tank up, and sure enough, it works in Arma too. You get more torque out of your vehicle going backwards, and I got the vehicle all the way up the ramp, which was a lot of fun. I didn't tell you guys that, but if I had to drive a tank up reverse up that ramp, there's no way an ammo and fuel truck are going to get up that ramp. So I got to fix that if I'm going to keep the US Freedom. Because my goal is, with the USS Freedom, the aircraft carrier out there, is to give people an option for another airfield. Like if AAC is getting camped, you can, in theory, set an airfield up at the carrier. It's just kind of an anti-camping measure, I guess. It looks really, really cool. I don't know what to say. People want the aircraft carrier out there. A lot of people have asked for it. I want to try to make it work. It's not going well so far, but I'm going to try. Alright, so that's going to be the aircraft carrier. It's going to be outside of the zone. And we're putting it outside of the zone because we do not want players erroneously spawning aircraft that can't spawn on it and wasting their CP, because that's a jerk move. That's going to clean up all our blockers. And that's going to make sure the USS Freedom is not impacting the game in any negative fashion. But it's only going to add positives, no negatives. That's the goal. That's the goal. I still have some leftover to-do lists from my last one. That Gorgon CP fix that I came up with is genius, by the way. Totally not patting myself on the back. If anybody has a good enough monitor to read these, don't worry about those, eh? Yeah, those are big ones. Seems like a very small list, but this is probably going to take us 4 or 5 hours to do all this. Thinking we should... One second. Alright. Again, like I said, there's going to be a lot of me just vibing, thinking about what we're going to be doing. let's go do the fun stuff first, right? You know, that's actually the complete wrong way. I should do that. I should do this the other way around. Yeah, let's do the hard stuff first. The hard stuff first is going to be the refactor spawn code. So my reward for fixing all the spawn code is I get to fix AI spawning, and I get to fix playing with the USS Freedom, which is a lot of fun. That's funny. I'm using the page up, page down for my mute keys, so you can see every time I mute my microphone. Okay, cool. So we're going to do the hard stuff first. Good times, refactoring spawn code. And if you're listening to this while you're laying in bed, this part's probably going to put you to sleep, because, oh god, this is going to suck. I have to undo. I have no idea how much code I have to undo. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. So we're going to all my commits, and this was something I was working on extremely early on in the project. So this should probably be back in April. Okay, here's where I merged everything. No? It's got older. That April Fool's thing I did, that was pretty good. Totally forgot about that. Okay, so this was earplug, mission name, temp banner. First match. Taught AI to land aliens. That definitely sounds like something I've screwed up. Alright. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here. My god. This is the great part about coding when you look at stuff you did, 6 months ago, and you're like, what the hell were you thinking, bro? Like, I apparently think I fixed the no pilot seat bug. Nope, I don't think I fixed that. Gamer Dad actually did that with his just make the helicopters small on the ground. Fixed AI's breaking helicopters landing. Nope, didn't fix that. Gamer Dad fixed that when he just made them small on the ground. Fixed AI stealing helis. Nope, didn't fix that. Gamer Dad fixed that by just making them small on the ground. So yeah, this is why I said I need to refactor the spawn code, because I made all kinds of changes that I thought were working, but I was literally barking up the wrong tree because I was looking at assets landing SQF, which, it seems like a sensible place to look, right? Yeah, it was not the place to correct. It was not the place to look. And this is some other stuff I used to do that I've since fixed. In the early part of the video, I was talking about discarding changes. Whenever you open up that mission editor in the game, it moves the camera around. And you can see here, class camera. It's changing the position of the camera. There's literally no reason to be committing that to GitHub. So yeah, this is stuff that these days I discard from code so it doesn't get smushed in here. Although I see why I didn't discard it this particular time. I was adding helipads. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, earlier in the video I was talking about helipads. This is the stuff. This is the commit where I did all of it. Okay, cool. But unfortunately, this is something else I've learned not to do. I combined two changes into a single commit, which is As you can see, it's now bad, because in a perfect world, I would just revert this commit. But I can't. Because I need to keep the helipads there in case anybody at any point attempts to use AI to land there. AI doesn't break. But I have to get rid of this change right here. So we are going to go look for sub-asset landing SQF. Okay, so the way we're going to do this in VS Code is we're going to copy and paste Warlord timeout short. This is going to be hundreds of places in the code probably, but we're going to look for its occurrence in Warlords 2 sub-asset landing SQF, and we are going to copy and paste. So we're going to go up here to our global search. Boom. If you've never seen this, it's something cool Jezro did. Put like everything in this constant files. God, it's like a library file. Really good. And recently, like 2 weeks ago, I started adding stuff to this, which gives us additional knobs for those rebalance posts I made, these balance changes I made. There's now little knobs in here. You can just switch. Super easy. But we are looking for Warlords 2 sub landing. It's probably easier if I just close these for you guys instead of watching me scroll. On pause. Like I said, this is going to be hundreds of places in the code. We knew this was going to be a thing. And this is why he put it here in a constants file. So if he ever needs to adjust this, he can just adjust it from a single file, and it affects all of these files. Hey, it's the very last one, sub-asset landing. Look at our luck, boys. Look at our luck. Line. Hey, look at me. I even commented this. Good job, me. So we're going to go here to line 26, like I said in my comments. And I'm going to paste this back to old me was smart enough to tell me exactly how to fix this. And we fixed it. So we're going to save that. And what we've done at this point, we've reverted code to a previously good state. We know it works. That being said, I always have my doubts, so... Okay. Theory, what I would do is I would just commit this right away. But we're going to do just one big refactor, because we're 99% sure this code is good. I have this thing about never committing code unless I actually physically start the game up and submit it. But in this particular case, we're going to go through and look for anything else I might have changed regarding helicopter spawning. Because I know I made more changes to spawning than that. Unless I realized unless at some point I realized what I was doing and already fixed this, which I highly doubt. I'm really hoping old me was smart enough to fix all this stuff months ago. And I'm getting I'm really getting the... Please, old Corp, did you fix this stuff? ASL fix, what is this? Oh, that was the rope. Sling loading, advanced sling loading. Dude, there's no way. I must have. And all this stuff is from 13 days ago where I didn't touch any that part I could. Wow! This is where I pat old me on the back. It's a good job, dude. And right now I went back to main branch and I'm literally just verifying to make sure none of this stuff, and this is why it's really important to make good commit comments, because when you're going back and looking for stuff, the better comments you make on your commits, the easier it is to look at stuff. At one point we got to go figure this whole unflip out. In fact, if anybody is new to the project wants a good bug to work on, get unflip working. People are saying it doesn't work. I don't know. I'm not even sure how to flip a vehicle in Arma, because I'm a pro Arma player. Oh, this was a fun one to fix. I think it was like the first thing I ever fixed was OSD display. Okay, this is a different... Oh, this is back when the file was binary. Oof. So I ended up fixing this later on. I stopped using the binary version of the file. It's actually kind of scary because I can't. Okay, so let's do a sanity check here. All the changes I made on this commit were in the mission SQM, and the mission SQM, I can't change Redux scripts. That's just editor. So we know that's a safe change. I still never got this Jakey earplug thing working. I mean, it works, but I mean, it's, if you guys saw how I got it working, it was not the correct way to get it working, but it works. And we're double checking here to make sure it didn't change. This is the same commit I made to the dev branch, I think, but we're literally just doing a sanity check here to make sure we're not missing any potential helicopter spawn issues. Nope, this is the exact same change. He was just merging it into the master. Okay. Well, good job, old me, 6 months ago. I actually did most of the cleanup work already on this. So now what we've done, and we'll review this change one more time before we jump into the game and test it. What we've done is we've changed, and this no longer affects the game at all anymore. This is part of the air plane spawning inside the air code. You guys remember what I was talking about in the create vehicle thing? Look what this does. And this is the hardest part of Redux, dude, is figuring out sometimes where all this stuff is happening at, tracking it down. Asset pilot. And he's setting asset pilot group. So he's creating a variable, and the variable is creating a unit. Unit is type of, which would be like airplane. He's using the sender, which would be the player in this case. He's creating a marker. Huh. And this is what I was talking about. This is these brackets. He has a brackets again here. Let's look up create unit. This is no joke how I learned most of the stuff about coding. I just see something, I Google it on a wiki. Okay, so I have the wiki up here, create unit, which is what's going on here, which is create unit. So we go down here. Create unit is a class that is defined by config vehicles. Okay, so we know it's creating an air vehicle or a car or something. Okay, the syntax is the part that we really care about because Jezero wrote most of this code. And the thing is, sometimes he writes stuff that's like beyond what's annotated in the syntax on the wiki. So you can sometimes learn stuff, but we can go through and we can look at what's going on here. So first thing we look at, so we look at create unit, that matches, yep, type of, and that's a config file. It's going to say air car or something, if I understand it right. Position, sender, or in the code we looked at earlier, I used position player. Markers, placement. Interesting. So this placement is not a variable. Hold up, boys. Oh, God, dude. I really hate this wiki sometimes, but when you find good information on it, it is yo, bro, come on, please. For the love of God. There we go. It does have placement in there. Alright guys, I'm thinking for a second. Okay, so we can go a little bit farther down here. Placement's not a position. Marker. So the position's based on the player, or you can give it a marker array. Placement is the vehicle's placed inside a circle. Okay, it's just a random value within a circle. Okay. Got ahead of myself there. Should have continued reading. Placement radius, and it says it even better here. So it's sometimes always good to look up different variations of the same command. Placement radius, much better explained. Here, create unit, placement markers, much better explained than it is in create vehicle. I wish I would have found this 2 weeks ago. Yeah, cool. Alright, so we learned something new. So we can decipher this now. It's placed on the sender. It's placed in a 100 by 100 marker array. This X, Y, and Z value. Then, why is this still not matching up? Type. Oh, type of is sender. And the position must be. Huh. Okay, still good info. I still don't know what this code does, to be honest. I can see he's not allowed to be damaged. He's a virtual man. Okay, I can see this. Basically creating a pilot, and it's making him careless, and it's not allowing him to flee, to make sure he actually lands on your head in case you're in combat. He doesn't just see, oh god, I'm in combat, fly away. Interesting. But let's get back to the code. And when I said I was going to be vibing tonight, like, this is by far the best way to just learn the Redux code, is to just go down little rabbit holes, see where you end up. And I was slowly building a massive tab of wiki tabs while I work on this. So, but let's get back to the code we're actually working on and get a drink. Okay. So as I said earlier, we always want to go in a game and verify our code. The code we changed was Warlords timeout short. We changed it from Warlords timeout long, which was 5 seconds, and the new code is 0.25 seconds. This shouldn't affect anything because this was the original code. We've already saved it. I can see up here. So now we are going to jump into Steam, play, and we get to wait for a ancient SHDD to load this game. And I definitely can't stress this part enough. Starting the game and just loading the mission, even when you think you've done something so completely innocent. Because there's multiple times where I thought, oh, I literally just did something and I forgot to add a colon or something, or semicolon. And it completely broke the mission from loading. And I saved myself by taking this, 5 minutes to load the game up. Okay, we are loaded up back in the game. Apologize, I had been muted there for a little bit while I was loading the game up. So we're going to jump into editor. And even though this is a super small change, always can't stress enough, load the game. Because you have no idea if you did something silly. And a single semicolon can basically break this entire game. Or missing a semicolon, I should say. Scenario open, Warlords Redux. And then we go play a multiplayer. And since we made a change to the helicopter spawn code, we're going to do something a little additional here. And this is going to be mind-numbingly boring to watch, but something you absolutely have to do. Oh, it's going to be a problem though, because I forgot to change something. Okay. Yeah, we're going to exit real quick. Show you guys a little hack that I use for aircraft testing. Okay, so we're back in VS Code. We're going to go to temp. Actually, no, we want constants. Maybe not. Okay. Where in the world did I? Here we go. Start CP. So this is what I do when I'm changing code. Or when I'm testing aircraft. I just put the start speed to 50,000. Go back here, editor. I'll just... Please tell me I... Yes, I saved that. Really embarrassing when you forget to save and you load the mission up and realize you spent the next 20 minutes for nothing, because that's what we're going to be doing. We got to sit here and just constantly, we're going to spawn blue for this time. Try to alternate my team spawning, because one time I was working with a mod I was adding for GamerDad, and the mod somehow overrode the friendly enemy sides, and it made AI like friendly with blue for or something. I don't know what the hell happened, but because I wasn't testing on both sides, I missed it. So whenever I just keep alternating sides and make sure I don't see anything funny. Okay, I don't have anything good here. Okay, what we're going to do now is we have to test helicopter spawning. So I'm actually going to jump in the game, make sure my CP is 50,000. Okay, we can see it on the bottom of the screen. It's 50,000. We're going to go back. Boom. Play as multiplayer. And we are going to... Okay, I loaded up blue for last time. Nope. Can't remember if this reloads the game or not. Pretty sure it does not. But I'll figure it out. Yes, it does. Yay. Checking to see where the bases are. And yeah, we literally just sit here. We reload the game anywhere from 20 to 50 times until we get a boom. Look at that. Praise the Gaben. We got a helipad spawn. Third try, dude. We are all kinds of lucky. We got that near spawn the first time and this one. I'm actually not joking, you guys. Sometimes it takes me like 50 reloads to do this stuff.
Select sector.
Okay, let's pretend we're really doing this. It's something weird with Redux. It doesn't connect Ionia. In this, I could fix this, but I kind of like it. Like, I've had to play through where I was attacking salt flats a couple times to test helicopter spawning. I was like, oh, this is cool. I kind of like it this way. Yeah, if somebody wants that fixed, it's literally a 10-second fix. I could care less either way. Kind of up to GamerDad.
Select sector.
Should spawn directly on top of my head as soon as I click this button. It does. Unlock. And this first one, I'm going to start up, take off, land, jump out, despawn it. Just because it's good practice. Like, okay, flies. Okay, go. I did a complete test of helicopter spawning and flying and despawning. So that's basically a full life cycle sim of a helicopter. Now we're just going to spawn a couple random ones. Kind of just go through the list.
Select sector.
No damage. Because the earlier damage bug we had like 6 months ago, I'm still always paranoid about aircraft getting damaged.
Select sector.
Oh dude, this is one that's actually nice. Doesn't actually spawn on top of my head.
Select sector.
Oh, what happened there, boys? Okay, so this thing landed and it bounced. Like that wheel over here was way up in the air. Did it do that because it landed on my head? Or did it do this because it landed on a funky part on the ground? Okay, we're gonna land it on a perfectly flat spot.
Select sector.
Okay, it spawned just fine that time. Okay, so I'm gonna chalk that one up to the fact that I spawned it on this little funky train right here. I guess it just bounced funny. It's probably my bad for not finding a flat spot.
Select sector.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. This is kind of the downside of doing this. You have to sometimes get out of the helicopter. Kind of trade-off I'm willing to make to get them working in more zones and working more reliably.
Select sector.
Normally you can just walk out. There you go. Not sure how that works. It lets you just walk out, but it does. And we forgot to check the Cashman for damage. But actually, at the Cashman, that would be every single helicopter in the game. Okay, cool. So we know everything spawns, no damage. All Gucci. That change is a safe change. New game. Okay, so now we know that change is a good change. Gamer's safe. We come in here, and earlier when I talked about camera, even just opening up the file moves the camera. Don't know why. So we're gonna click right here, and why are you not? Oh, you have to right click, discard change. Discard changes. Boom. And when you do this inside, I'm sure other GitHub desktop type programs do the same thing. When you discard that change, it actually goes into VS Code and removes the code, like reverts the code old thing. So like here, you can see this is the part where I changed. Remind me, it's bigger for you guys. Okay, apparently that doesn't zoom it. Whatever. And so this is the little hack I use. I changed starting CP from 1,000 to 50,000 for helicopter tests. We discard changes. Discard, and this is the cool part. We can go back in here and look. Start CPU is where I edited that. Boom, changed. Pretty cool. Okay, before we make this commit, let's go do something else. We're removing this comment. So back 6 months ago when I made this, I put this comment in for myself and even included the copy and paste code that I needed because I changed this and I wasn't 100% sure what it did. So now that we reverted this, we can go back and change that. We're going to save that again, which is going to stage it. Boom, see now we have an extra red here where we change stuff. Let's make sure this, wish this part of it was wider. Hey, look at that. Magic. Reverting spawn code change to default code. Fixing a fix that wasn't really a fix to the LE spawn code. Wow, guys, I thought that was going to be the crappy part tonight, like trying to undo all this spawn code stuff, but turns out old me caught all this stuff, and I guess I reverted it all a long time ago. So we know this is a good change. Only other thing we did was remove comment, which can't possibly break the code. And we've committed that, and now we're going to push, and boom, it's on Discord. God, that's not a very good commit message, but whatever. Okay, so now let's go back into Discord here in my to-do list. Oh, I didn't break these out by individuals. Oh well. Let me break them out individually so I can mark them with a little checkbox. Okay, so our next thing to do tonight is fix AI spawning for Indie Team. And again, this is going to be looking at GitHub, and we're going to be reverting a change that we made a while ago. So we're going to go to Corp Dev branch, look at my commits. And we're going to go down this list here. Try to figure out where I... Okay, that's a good change. I want to keep that. And September 4th is the day I learned about that revert change. You can see one of the changes I discarded is the exact change in this commit. That's when I realized I needed to just start discarding those. This code I really don't think works, but it's whatevs. It's not breaking anything. It makes me feel better, so. Okay, experimental. And again, old me, thank you. I marked this with an experimental tag because I wasn't sure how it was going to work. Turns out it was wrong. Okay, and so let me explain what I did with this experimental change. Thank you, old me, so much. So what I did is I took this Warlords to populate sector. script, and it has a if code. If side equals BI Warlords local side, then populate the sector, and it does all the population part. So my plan was, how do I change the variable BI, biz Warlords local side, to something that includes all three sides? So what I did is I went into the Warlords 2 variable init, and you can see here I took the Warlords local side variable, which is the side array, which is all three sides. And again, when it comes to these variables, like writing them out and looking them up individually, like that's what I love about VS Code. I'll just open up different tabs in VS Code and I can look up all these variables by themselves to figure out where they're defined in the code. But so side array is all three sides. It's east, west, gorilla, I think is how they're defined. And it's minus the community sides, which are going to be east and west, blue 4 out 4, which leaves independent. So I had the bright idea, which did not work at all for some reason, is I'm just going to copy that code, add an all to the end of it so it's a different variable, and then I'm just going to change the removing the east and west, and I'm going to add the east and west. Yeah, didn't work at all. Still not sure why. I think maybe if I just completely remove competing sides. And my biggest problem with this change, and I think it's why I marked it as experimental, was that I can't test this playing by myself on the little local server I play because it can only be me on the server. So since it's only me on the server, I will never be able to test this change. Like at some point we're just gonna have to, I'm gonna come up with a solution I think that works, that doesn't crash the game, and we're just gonna have to put it on the server and see if it works. At this point, since this didn't work, what I'm thinking is you just remove the plus Warlords competing sides, and it will only look for side array, size array, as the definition of what the size is. And maybe that'll work, because it'll be east, west, and gorilla. I don't know. I don't know. But we're going to revert this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the code, and this little change here, we're going to, so we can search it, we're going to search this string right here, and we're going to change this string to that string. Then we're going to start the game up, and we're going to see if it works. Go here to search. A populate sector. A. And look at this comment right here. Original if side equals BS local side. Apparently I'm dumb enough to know that sometimes I do stuff that is going to break, and I save myself. Okay, so old me from months ago was nice enough to give me the exact copy and paste I needed to revert my change. So I've saved it. We are back to the original code. And now what we need to do, so in order to test that this code works, again, I talked about this earlier, you change the code, you have an expected result, which in this case is AI is going to spawn vehicles at a zone. So we need to get in the game, we need to attack a local AI sector, preferably one that has helicopters spawning. Yeah, guys, I just realized I could kill two birds with one stone here. Populate sector. Populate sector. Hang on, we got to go back and look for some more commits here, older commits. So I'm going to kill two birds with one stone here. I just need to find a, look for server Warlords to load faction class SQF. Okay. So this could be under server, we're going to look for load faction classes SQF. Okay, we're going to come in here to the independence. And I'm going to uncomment, because right now it's set up where, well, there's only one item on the weighted list, so it's always going to spawn an airplane. But we can, by uncommenting this stuff, okay, we're going to leave this final comment commented out, because I realized this dynamic loadout was the original thing, and that's weird. The wiki says it spawns without rockets, but I know from being in game, I think it spawns with rockets. No, the wiki says use this code if you want an airplane, a helicopter with rockets. So what I'm going to do, okay, for our original test, because we're going to try to kill two birds with one stone here. So since vehicles are spawning, airplanes should be spawning. And if airplanes are spawning, they should be using this weighted list. But the only way to verify this weighted list, unless I get lucky and get a griffin or a hellcat to spawn on the test zone I'm marking, which is unlikely, because I don't want those spawning all the time. Particularly griffin, that would really F people up. I mean, other airplanes, I guess. So we're originally going to go in and we're going to test to see if ground vehicles spawn. If ground vehicles spawn, we're going to exit the game. Come back here. I'm going to change this fighter plane CAS to like a 0 weight. We're going to go into game, which means the primary thing that should spawn is either a Hellcat or a Griffin. And then we're going to set it up to attack an airfield or a helipad, whatever, helipad or airfield, doesn't matter. And if I see a Hellcat or a Griffin spawn, then I know this weighted table is working. Then I can revert the change back to the way it is. So you primarily are going to see the NDA 10, and you'll pretty often it'll be replaced with a Hellcat, and less often it would be replaced with a Griffin. So that's our test plan. Let's go do it. And it really does help a lot just to take a couple seconds to talk yourself through it. So you have expected results when you get in a game, and if something different happens, you can see what's up. Makes debugging your code so much easier, since maybe there's a good way to debug Arma 3 code I don't know about. Yeah, I don't know. Right now, this is the best method I have. Starting the game. So first thing we want to test is AI vehicles spawning. Independent AI vehicle spawning. Hopefully I can test this pretty quick, because I think I set it up where most towns should have a vehicle spawn. I'll make sure I attack a bigger town. So single player, editor. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, bigger town, because most of the spawn sectors that aren't hard-coded. I talked to Jordan about that hard-coded thing. He just stared at me like I was, I don't know. I don't think I was able to communicate to him exactly what I was looking for. But Yeah, some towns are hard coded. Like I can't figure out how to undo the hard coding on them. The towns that are random are set up where they spawn vehicles based on number of road segments. So we're going to use that to our advantage here. We're going to try to find a town with a big road segment to make sure we get a vehicle spawn. Because as soon as I see one vehicle, yep. See, this is why you start the game. You guys remember like an hour ago when I said a single semicolon could break the game? Literally exactly what I just did. I already know what's broken. You guys missed an error message that said line 108. Something missing semicolon. You know what's funny when I was editing this? So I'll show you what happened here, guys. So when you're using a weighted table, after any line that's not the last line, and this might be kind of hard to see, if I can zoom in for you guys. Oh, you can zoom in. Oh, would you look at that? Okay, this will probably be far easier for you guys to see now. So you can see on this weighted table, this is the vehicle weighted spawn for independent. Any line that's not the last line needs comma after it. I forgot a comma right there. So as line 1 needs comma, line 2 needs comma, last line no comma. Boom. That was not professional coder knowledge. That was a guy that's screwed that up 1,000 times. And I've learned my lesson. I learned my lesson after the error comes up. So I can fix it quickly. Okay, we're going to go back to Blue for again because it technically wasn't a game. And look at this. It's going to load with no errors. Hey, wow. Okay, Neri actually's got a bunch of road segments. We can attack Neri.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector. Select
Going
sector.
down, Neri. Not really. As soon as we see a vehicle, we're just exit the game. If we don't see a vehicle, we're going to close and try again. We'll try 2 or 3 more times. If I don't see a vehicle, then I know the code is still broken.
Sector selected. Select destination. Destination selected.
Now we're listening. I not have. Thank you, God. Bruh, stop killing me. I just need to see if a vehicle spawned here. This isn't encouraging. They've engaged me, but I haven't heard a vehicle engine start up. Dude, I seriously hope I didn't somehow permanently break vehicles. You know what? We may have another problem that I'm not thinking of. Somewhere in the code it says if connected to base, no vehicle spawn. If it is connected to base, which prevents you from having a vehicle spawn at the very first time you attack. Okay, so let's end this game and let's go check for that is connected code, because I know it's somewhere in the... Now I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I remember there was basically a first town protection. Since it knows you're not going to have like AT and stuff for the first town, it put that protection in the code to stop you from getting slaughtered. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're just going to use this tab, Explorers, and we're going to type connected. Okay, so when you're searching for something that you have no idea where it is, you literally have to search. So I know it has to do with connected sectors. So I'm just going to go through and look at every single place in the code very quickly using this global search. Yes, here we go. Okay, so this is exactly what I thought. Okay, so this is the very next line of the code that we just fixed. If side equals this local side, which is a complicated way of saying independent, then if count blah 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 vehicles to spawn, and and this is where it comes up with how many vehicles it's going to end up spawning later on down the code, and the exclamation point means not in the code and not connected to base, then you run the rest of the code which spawns vehicles. So this sucks for us because we have to capture our first sector, which we have a fancy way of doing. Putting in my CP hack. So your very first town can never have a vehicle. It's going to make this a little bit more complicated for testing, but we know what's going on. So now what we're going to do, we're going to be looking for a very tiny base, because we basically were just going to roll in with a slammer.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector. Select sector.
Are you joking me? It gave me 2 big towns. Okay, we're not doing this. No, I ain't got time for that. I was in the lobby, I could just restart the game. I'm a noob. And yeah, this is my life when I'm testing. I just literally constantly restart looking for little towns. Ooh, okay. This is a double win here. So we have a helipad. Oh, damn, but it's connected to base. That sucks. Okay. I don't want to drive a vehicle that far. Nope. Cancel. Oh, money. Cash money, bro. Got a town like 500 meters away.
Voting for the next sector. Select sector.
Even if it doesn't have a town, I know Neotroy. Damn, Neotroy's connected though. Okay, so we're gonna cap this town, and then we're gonna cap Kalaka, and then we're gonna cap Polyanko. And Polyanko has a bajillion street segments, so I know it's guaranteed to have a vehicle. If we go Kalaka and Polyanko without a vehicle, actually, I may cap all these all the way down to AAC anyways, just for the sake of testing.
Sector selected.
Okay. Now we're going to press escape, and I'm going to go to Discord. I have some codes already programmed into Discord.
Select drop zone. Airdrop in progress.
This is a super exciting part of Warlords Redux code editing. Is sometimes I literally just have to spend hours in game doing silly things like capturing zones because it's the only way to test. I'm going to be so incredibly happy when I get all the spawn code working top notch, because this is it's a time investment. I don't mind making the time investment, but man, it is anytime you work with any kind of spawn coding, it is definitely, dude, they're already getting shot at. I love it, dude. Don't mind the fact that I'm opt for driving a Slammer. Slammer just happens to be the cheat code that I had preloaded in Discord. AI doesn't seem to care either way. They always fight back, so. And it's really funny, this is how I test stuff, because I never drive tanks in the actual game. Like, I'm purely a rifleman. Good news, this gives me a chance to drink that beer I opened like 2 hours ago. Okay, so no vehicles in this town so far. But this one's connected to base, so we know it's not going to spawn vehicles. I'll show you guys how you can reset sector voting too if you ever want to be a troll. All you do is just go around, find an AI and aggro him, get him to like look at you. As soon as he looks at you, you can go to con. Oh, too late. Dang. Yeah, just get him to engage your tank or even better, an aircraft. And as soon as he like sees it and starts shooting at you, it goes in combat mode to reset sector. Cap. Tried to explain that to people a couple times in game, but nobody seemed to like. Especially on the official servers, I'm like, bruh. You argue with me how you want, but you're wrong, man. They're like, no, it's the airplane flying over that's causing it to reset. I'm like, no, dumbass. It's the AI seeing the airplane flying around that's causing it to reset. Sorry. It's my rant. Okay, I see something because I'm playing on rookie mode. What is that over there? Oh, it's a Nyx. Okay, boys. Oh, that's an anti-tank Nyx? That's bad. I have absolutely no idea how to make my AI gauge an enemy tank. Shoot it, dude. Okay, I'm guessing that's not an anti-tank Nyx. Maybe it was AA Nyx and it was a Moss dude shooting at me. We got a bit of a problem here, because I can't cap the zone. It's a little bastard in here. Oh, remember I was talking about unflip? If anybody's new to Warlords recoding. Oh. Unflip works. Killed myself, but he thinks just get inside the tank. Now shoot at the dude. Oh, now you're in a tank with a massive gun. You don't want to shoot the bad guys? There you go. Oh, apparently I can cap it with that dude in the sector. So I'm going to show you a sector reset. Apparently not. Shoot me, dude.
Sector seized. Voting for the next sector. Select
Polyako is
sector.
going to be fun. I definitely envision myself dying. Polyako. I was talking about 1 billion loadouts on this old profile. This is why
Sector selected.
I literally used to have a new profile for like every weapon I wanted to change. Okay, so I have a proper weapon loadout. I'm interested to see how much this scores, so we're gonna place some bets here. I've never killed the Weasel since the CP changes. Accordingly gives 525. So we're gonna say a Weasel's gonna give 420. 450. That was close. Oh my god. Apparently when you're not in the driver's seat, the AI knows to shoot the main gun. Again, I literally know nothing about driving tanks or airplanes, or for that matter. No clue what my gunner is looking at back there, but I would really prefer if you don't expose the rear of our turret to the enemy, bro. Come on. Some situational awareness, gunner dude. Apparently my 7.62 gunner thinks he can penetrate a Weasel. Good on him for trying. I guess it worked at last zone because it stopped moving. Makes sense. It's an airborne tank. Probably doesn't have a ton of armor. Okay, what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna drive the Slimer to middle town. I'm gonna go get a new drink, and I'm just gonna let my boys do their thing. So I will be back. Okay, I'm back. We did not get lucky and cap the sun while I was AFK. I was hoping enough AI would patrol around to get themselves killed. Okay, these are Maws getting shot at me. Dude, that Maws just injured all 3 of my crew members, man. What? There's no way! It was the dude right there. All 3 crew members injured. That was a frontal shot, too. It's a 1 in a million, man. Shoot the guy in front of you. My gunner's still obsessed with something over that last down. I think I may end up deleting this tank and get a new one just to fix that gunner issue. Actually, now I look at that, that's probably a 50 cal. Oh, the remote cruise station on top. That might be why he was shooting at the weasel. That makes sense. Oh, that was a Moz shot from behind me. Where are you, dude? If you hit on that hill, it means you're behind me somewhere. Since I didn't call this thing in, I can't actually remove it. Interesting.
Airdrop in progress.
Okay, got a fresh vehicle, fresh crew. That old crew was being really stupid. Whatever that gunner was obsessed over, it's causing me huge issues. You can see where that Moz gunner got through my armor. So I'm guessing I took a hit that killed my ERA. And then somebody else, a second shot must have like just gone right through the side of my tank that injured all the crew. So impressive that Moz was able to do that. So I always thought Moz was a high explosive weapon, but I guess it's possible it could go through the side of the tank. Especially after it gets through the skirts. Then again, I could be completely wrong about what the Moz is. I have no experience with it when I was in the military. So you see how when that guy jumped in my gunner seat, it started capping? Because what I think that does is... Again, I can't actually find the capping code anywhere in the game. So what I think that does is once that you have somebody in a gunner seat, it recognizes the weapon as a the vehicle as an armed vehicle, which gives it more cap points, which put me over the capping threshold to allow me to start capping. That's what I think is going on. Again, I have searched for far too many hours trying to figure out how capping actually works, so I can put it in the Warlords guides, but it's voodoo, man. I don't even think the Warden knows how it works. Okay guys, moment of truth.
Sector seized.
So our expected
Voting for the next
action when we click on this
Select sector.
is to some air vehicle spawn. If we know some air vehicle spawns, we know it worked. If we get the helicopter or the fast attack fighter, then we know that our weighted table works. If we don't get the fast attack, if we get the A-10, the NDA 10, then we're gonna have to go change the weighted spawn tables, come back, and retest this just to make sure the weighted spawn tables are working. So fingers crossed. We have a not a 2/3 chance, more like a 50% chance, but let's.
Sector selected.
Come on, no whammies. I want to see some kind of airplane, or at least a smokestack where he crashed. Oh, I hear something. Oh no. Okay, we got the attack aircraft. Okay, that was a good result. Means airplanes are working. That unfortunately was not the lucky result we needed to make sure we don't have to go test the spawn tables. Really interested to see if this guy's gonna kill me. Oh yeah, here it comes, bud. No! Boom! Wow, nothing. Come on, man. You suck. Okay. That's enough for that test. So, okay, we're going to go back, we're going to adjust some code. We're going to come back and set up a test for the weighted spawn tables. I was really hoping I was going to get lucky there and get one of the other spawns to verify, but that's okay. I needed to restart my music anyways. Okay, back to VS Code. Okay, so we're looking for... Where did that go? Alright, let's go. It was under server, load faction class SQF. Okay, in order to test this, we're going to move that down to 1. To move you up to 100. Okay, so what I've done here is I reduced the chance of, and this isn't a percentage thing, it has to do with numbers, and it adds all the numbers up and divides them and stuff, but I essentially made it impossible for the A10 to spawn. Let's go back and let's write some default 70. Okay. Remember how I was talking earlier in the stream, making those comments saves your lives? Like, doing little comments like this, when I come back and look at this, I'm like, oh yeah, cash should be 100%, fighter should be, helicopter should be 70%. Well, save your bacon. Dude, all this talking, man, I have no time to drink my beer. Cash money, boys. 2 sectors away from AAC.
Warlords protocol initialized.
So I got like 50,000 CP. So we're going to take the long drive to Poliaco, but it'd be worth it because we can immediately turn around and test at AAC. Yeah, if anybody's new to like programming, wants to figure out this display control to fix this thing, I was never able to figure out why the first one has the dot and the other ones don't. I literally just straight copied and pasted off the Wikipedia. I mean, it's cool that the links work, but yeah, I would like it to look nicer. Okay, let's spawn in some riflemen.
Select drop zone. Airdrop in progress.
Don't actually need to spawn in a real tank. Spawn a fake tank. I have no idea why I spawned 3 dudes. I could have done this test with 2, but it's cool. No big deal. Select all, get in. Now we make a 3-kilometer drive over to Poliaco. Don't trigger drive, kids. I just remember how I don't have a YouTube stream chat open. There was like 0 chance anybody watching this until I'm basically just using this as an easy way to record so I don't have to edit any videos and stuff. I really hope nobody actually like tuned in and is trying to watch this for real. Actually, can I pull it up on my other monitor? Let's see. I'm totally gonna crash into a pole trying to do this. Watching this too. Oh, yep, crashed. Okay, yeah, I can watch chat on my other screen. Cool. I think I'm watching chat. I have the stream paused, but hopefully if anything chats, I'll see it. I'm so happy there's people in Arma that enjoy driving tanks, but my god, this is boring as fuck. Like, the reason I play infantry dudes is because I can just fast travel and like pew pew pew. Tanks are like, bruh. Not exciting driving from zone to zone. Okay, that's about 4 kilometers. For some reason, the first time I like start this game up after like a week, my view distances keep getting reverted. Don't know why, but weird. Oh, you know what? It's probably after every update. Game updated this week. Probably just needed to use a little add-on to refresh it. Dude, I'm gonna bang my head on the desk so hard if I get another A10 spawn. Even though it's like less than, I don't know, it's like 1 in 150 chance of it happening. knowing my luck, it's still gonna happen. I'm gonna have to restart the game and do this all over again. Okay, we're coming up on 600 meters. Usually when these guys go active. I'll help them out with a fun little trick I figured out during all this. Use sector scan.
Select sector.
Your AI will go instantly ham. See? For some reason when you sector scan, the AI can instantly see every single enemy on the inside the sector. And it'll just start mowing them down, man. It's genius. Be a little hack for you guys that if you didn't know that and watch this far into the stream. Totally don't abuse that on officials. Definitely don't. Ooh, this guy hit by something big. Is that another? The Moz must be way more powerful than I'm thinking. Because I think it should be the only unguided weapon they have. I'm quickly learning to respect the Moz. Dude. I had no idea that weapon was that strong. I guess that makes sense in a way. It's like the NATO equivalent of RPG-7. And you have different words you can put in the RPG-7, so yeah, okay. That sort of makes sense. Probably should play around with that someday, like figure out how the weapon works. Okay, we're gonna make a right up here. Cause we saw some dudes walking in this courtyard earlier. They walked between these two buildings. Where are you, little guys? Ah, there they are. Okay, we're just gonna chill here, then attack AUC and don't get a A10. Whatever it's called. I know it's the L39 in real life, but I have literally no idea what it's called in Orma. I should probably literally just call it the L39 since that's what I know it as. Yeah, it was actually super funny. Like, you can actually go back and look at the official Arma Discord during the fall of Kabul when Taliban took over. We were chatting about. that, and I spent a year at Kabul training the Afghan Air Force, and those L-39s were there like 10 years ago when I was training the Afghans, and they were like in perfect condition. And I was joking with people in the official Discord. I think it was a Military Materials channel about the fall of Kabul, because I was seeing pictures of all the Afghans' aircraft getting trashed, being trashed when the Taliban show up.
Sector seized.
What I was looking for how they demilitarized them, because I was kind of interested since I was familiar with most of the airplanes. And there's some pictures and video of the L-39s in the background, the L-39s on the civilian side of the runway. They're all in like perfect condition. You're like, those things never age, and they did not get touched. So Taliban have like two very good-looking L-39s that can't actually do anything, because all they could do is get towed around.
Sector selected.
Okay, no whammies, no L-39, please. God, I don't want to keep testing this. Oh, I see something that's not an L-39. That is a helicopter. It works. It works. Let's get closer and make sure it's a Hellcat. Looks an awful lot like a Hellcat. Seriously, hope my aid to shoot this guy down before I get a really good look at it. I want to make sure he has rocket pods. Hopefully, in an ideal world, this guy just takes a rocket pass on me, but I don't think he's going to waste rockets on a tank. Okay, let's stop for a second. I see some kind of pylons. Dude, don't kill him. I killed him. Okay, he has the 7.62 minigun and the rocket pods. That's good. That's the loadout we wanted. Okay, so we know we have lethal Hellcats, so we'll know the since that not the rest, we know the rest will work. So we're gonna go back to exit all this. Dude, we are killing our to-do list tonight. This is good. Okay, so we're gonna set that back to default of 70. Okay, like I said, when I type 100 here, don't think that that means it's a 100% chance to spawn. This is not a percentage chart. It literally takes all the numbers, adds them up, divides them, and it becomes a weighted chart. Okay, so we know all these fixes work. We're gonna go back to, and we killed two birds with a stone there. So we know we have vehicle spawns working, and we know we have Dara's request from Discord, feature request done, of having weighted aircraft spawns working as well. So those are both our objectives there. And I already have all the code in here. If anybody at any time in the future gets vehicle spawning for Blue Fort Offer working, they can just uncomment this code and it'll all work out of the box. Beautiful. So we're coming here again. Like I said, the camera always changes for some reason when you do that, so you discard that change. We go into our temp, we discard this 50,000 and revert it back to 1,000. Discard. Okay, now I have my two primary changes that I made here. I uncommented, you can see here, the load faction classes, which restored the earlier code that I wrote for weighted tables. And we also reverted our code here for my all sides hack and put it back to local sides, which we now verified it does work. So is it blue for? Pretty sure it's supposed to be capitalized. Think I would know. It's really weird writing these comments after spending like an hour or two chatting about it on a live stream. It's kind of weird. Because normally the first time I'm explaining anything I'm doing is in this comment section to another person. But kind of a loss of words here. I'm just going to copy and paste the commit I made. That's probably going to be the best way to explain what I've done. Because if me in the future is looking at this situation, yeah, future me ever looking at the situation, I'm going to be looking through this stuff and be like, oh yeah, in fact, I'm just going to get rid of this. So that's not a perfectly good highlight for what's happening, but it's going to be extremely helpful if in the future anybody's looking at this code, they can follow the entire like path back to where it started. Jesus, it's 4 in the morning. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's go back to Discord. New World Discord was not where I wanted to be. Where's my to-do? Okay, we're saving the fun stuff for last. This is why I did it this way. So now we get to just go in game and play around with stuff. Yay. Okay, so we did the two long and boring things. Now the rest of the night is just fun. Just perfect. So what are we going to do? So if you guys missed that before I moved it out of the way, we're going to move the USS Freedom outside Korbelz spawn zone because we don't want players climbing up on top of the aircraft carrier and attempting to spawn a helicopter, and the helicopter disappearing, i.e. spawning on the bottom of the ocean, which is going to confuse the player. They're not going to understand. They're going to be mad because they got wasted CP. That sucks. We don't want that. So we're going to move the USS Freedom outside so players can't inadvertently try to use it. Then we're going to build a very shallow ramp all the way up to it, which is going to be hilarious to do. I can't even stress to you guys, like, having built that steep ramp, which is pretty difficult. This shallow ramp, which is going to go on for like a quarter mile, quarter kilometer. Yeah, it's going to be fun. So to do this, we're going to go to this, Warlords. Okay, so this part we're going to do all, it's going to be visual editing, which is it's a little weird. I only figured out how to do this like 2 weeks ago. But once I figured it out, it was kind of fun. It's kind of Minecrafty, I guess you could say. I don't know how to describe it. Get done with this. Hey, guess what? I'm still gonna have time to get my Halo Infinite. He's done. What up? Editor, Altus. Load up Warlords Redux. And man, I hope I can find a. I think I'm like just kind of going off memory if there's another dock. And I'm gonna be able to build this ramp off. Pretty sure there is. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so this thing you see right here, 2.5, this massive beast, is the aircraft carrier. And this little circle right here, this blue circle, on the map is the Kavala zone. Like, it's the spawn area zone as defined. It's an ellipse defined with like a radius. So what the hack I was using, you can see here, I pushed the back of a carrier. You can kind of see it right here inside the spawn zone, and then this is the little ramp that I built going up. Let's just switch over to props. Ramp. We're going to be needing these later on. So yeah, that was the kind of hacky thing I was talking about. So all we have to do is move the back end of the carrier outside of this blue line, and then no player will be able to climb onto the deck and attempt to spawn a vehicle. And this is going to serve another purpose, because I noticed when I was screwing around with it, I mean, it was the coming to land. It was pretty good, but there was a building. I think it was this building. It was like, yeah, you're kind of constrained by these two buildings. So this building right here and this building right here were office buildings, which are fairly tall, and it's actually fairly close to your. In real life, we call these trouble T's. They're trouble terrain on approach and departure ends. It technically didn't intersect with your glide slope, but it was sketchy. It was sketchy coming in over here at the beach. I mean, even though this thing is pretty high up in the air, it definitely made me uncomfortable. So our goal is, at this point, how tall is that light tower? That's the light tower. Yeah, it's literally a light tower. Trying to orient myself with this bay a little bit. Figure out what the best way to handle this is. So this ramp, too steep for too steep for ammo trucks. I'm trying to think if I could just push this thing straight out and not have any of this. Yeah, this is gonna be well below the deck of the carrier, so push the. So what I read online is when you're taking off from the carrier, since it's actually not long enough for a full takeoff run, because if anybody uses Warlords, you're not going to use a catapult function unless somebody way smarter than me comes along to figure out how to enable it. So what you're going to have without enough airspeed, just lose some altitude. And hopefully you gain enough airspeed before you hit the water. But that's what concerns me about this. I don't want to... Like, that little concrete wall might be enough to kill people if you end up needing like, every single meter of altitude in order to save your aircraft on takeoff. It is an issue. So let's just push it out. Okay, so if I'm flying a landing approach, I have way more room between these two office buildings now, which is great. And a beach. In fact, I have plenty of room. Not worried about any approach obstacles. So I touch down, I have to go around. And this is the quarter deck. And I launch off. Yeah, I have plenty of room to get over that. If I'm launching straight off the carrier, catapult should. Yeah, I'm outside of the lighthouse and the structure, so let's go in game and verify that. What was it? Z? This navigation uses like the default like helicopter controls. It's a good glide slope. Yeah, okay, so it's good. I missed the wire. Yeah, okay, so go around's not gonna be an issue. There's some controls I don't know how to do though. I don't know how to rotate. Oh, I did something really bad. That's not good. Sorry, that's a bit of me being a noob. This whole, like, I just literally just used this for the first time a couple weeks ago. Okay, so now what I want to do is a flyover up the deck. This is going to be simulating someone lines up, like, right with that catapult. They launch off the end. Oh. That's less room. I want people to avoid these. Okay, we need to fix this. There's no bueno. Okay, now here's the fun part. I learned my lesson the hard way when I was first editing this thing. You have to be super careful rotating this thing. Up, that's what I was talking about. I literally think I just completely flipped the carrier around backwards. Oh, that is perfect. That's actually east-west takeoff. Yeah, look at that bow. That's perfect. Okay, so the bow is now directly out over the ocean. And to go around, there's even less risk of collision with that light tower. Good, 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 good. So now the fun part. I have to figure out how to make a bridge out of this thing. Okay, so we know our constraints from earlier are that we have to make a very shallow ramp. And I found this little CWIS position thing here. A really great spot to ramp onto because you can just drive the vehicle on, you can turn the vehicle, and you have like no risk of interfering with the flight operations. So like you could drive your vehicles up, you could drive them across, and then you could just park all your fuel and ammo, maybe over here, or even better, put them in front of the tower. So like you'd land, taxi over here, in front of the tower, load up on your fuel, taxi back. Whip 180 and boom, you're lined up with the catapult. And off you go. Pray to God you get enough speed before the end of the carrier. So, being said. Oh, nice. It lines up with this little gap. A little gap too. Okay, so you could parachute to the city, drive it here, drive it right on the beach. Dude, that is money. That's great, dude. Okay, so we parachute the car into the ammo supply, drive down this road, turn right on the beach here, and look, it lines you up perfectly. Just gotta build a god awfully huge ramp. And I'm gonna be using these pieces right here to do it. Delete, 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 delete. Is this piece called? Land concrete ramp. Cool. So I originally found this piece because when Dude, these pieces are so finicky, man. I'm sure there's like some super easy way to do this, but I don't know how to do it, so. We may end up deleting this and just like lining a new one up because I don't remember how to rotate stuff. Oh, oh. Has something to do with shift. Not quite. Oh, I think I got it figured out. This first piece is literally probably the most important piece I place, because if I screw this up, there's a good chance my alignment of the entire ramp is just screwed. Okay, that's good. I pushed W and it got me right there. Okay. I seem to be pretty close on the WS line there. This was the problem I had placing the last ones. Like, especially the vertical part is really, like... It's insanely difficult. Okay, that's big. So I have not figured out like the ultra like fine grain control for this system. So what I end up doing is this is bad. So I was doing a bunch of clipping last time with these to try to get them to... Okay, holding shift seems to be like a speed up version. Probably I just deleted that thing. Cool. Oh, I bet I could edit the Z. Okay. There we go. We found a solution to our problem. And this is how I was doing this last time. I essentially was lining up the little yellow bands on these things, which is a godsend. Haha! Get wrecked, Arma. Get wrecked. See, when you use these little yellow bands to land them up, it works quite a bit better. So you click it again and it decides it just wants to warp up to where you are. But we know the Z height on it. Yeah, it's too low. Why in the world did that change the... Okay, now I'm just wondering what the hell's going on, dude. This is Z, the rotation axis? No, definitely the vertical axis. How's that thing rotating? I think it's definitely rotated itself. Oh, it's trying to snap to something. You joking me, dude? Okay, there we go. Let's bring it up a little bit. No, I need something bigger than that. Let's do 5. There we go. It's gonna be a little bit bumpy on the up, but after this it's fairly easy. Like that interface with the ship is the... It's only really hard part. After that, it's literally just line up the lines. I have literally no idea what just happened there, but that was fun. Oh, that was so close to lining up. Two, 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 one. That's gonna be too high. Oh, that's looking pretty smooth. Okay. Doesn't really line up the paint job, but that's okay. What earth? Oh yeah, gotta fix that. So we'll take that down to 7. Okay, we're gonna need to take that down about 1/3 of a meter. Let's just do a flat 0. Yep, not enough. To 0.95. Another 0.5. Good enough. Why does it keep warping these straight into my camera? Can't wait to hear some hilarious comments about the way I'm doing this, because sure, people that actually know what they're doing with stuff can do this in like 10 times faster than me, but okay, this one's gonna need a massive drop. Let's try half a meter. Ooh, pretty close. Ah, it's still pretty big. Oh no, I'm not happy with this one either. Let's drop that. Probably be an OCD about these ramps, but as long as I do it right the first time, I never have to worry about this again. Ooh, we're gonna go the other way this time. So we have to go up. This is gonna be pretty big. Let's go 0.3. Oh, nailed it. I think I'm starting to understand what's going on here. Because the first one I copied was like a super high altitude. All the follow-on ones are also getting put up at that altitude. So what I'll do after this one, I'll copy this one. That's what I'm thinking about it. I will select you, Control C. There we go. Okay, this one we need a massive drop. Let's see, 16.8. This will be half a meter. Nope, not even close. Still too high. There we go. Nice. Okay, so this next one I paste should be... Yeah, there we go. Okay, I just pasted something somewhere. There it is. Got scared for a second. Couldn't see where it was. Okay, this is going to need a massive boost. Go straight to 12.5. Oh, almost. 0.3. There we go. I am slowly getting faster at this. Dang it. For some reason, if you're not careful, the first move you do with them zaps you right to your camera. So we had a huge drop on this. That's actually not gonna be enough. Let's go straight to 7.8. Close. Yep. Okay, so now we'll need like 7. Spacing was pretty good, but we're not gonna make it to the beach. Did it again. Now where did it go? Not we're trying to deal with, dude. Delete. And we get to the point where we're not going to be able to place these anymore. Oh yeah, that is definitely sitting on the ocean surface. Okay, we need to figure out some way to bridge this little gap here. This concrete ramp from contact is perfect, but I'm really scared of using something from contact. Environment. Rock. Okay, I'm gonna take a super quick break, and when I come back, we're gonna be looking through a bunch of props and stuff and trying to figure out how we bridge this little gap here. So I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. So now it's time to look through props menu. I have no idea. Structures. Nope. Okay, let's think of some stuff that might be good here. Melter? Literally just randomly scrolling through here, see if I see anything interesting. Nope. That might be, it's definitely gonna be a structure somewhere. Dude. The roof of the garage might work. I mean, it seems really strange to use. If I just slide the garages underwater, bet nobody would notice. That might actually end up being our backup plan. We're just gonna use the flat part of the garages. Sidewalk? I wonder if I could just rotate this ramp to be level. Let's try this. Ooh, I don't think you can. Let's see what happens if I change this. I think that's gonna rotate around the. Yeah, dang it. Okay, so I need to find something that's actually flat. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Comes down to it, I could try to use that thing from Contact, because in theory all the props from Contact are in the base game, but I would really, really prefer if I didn't have to do that. A basketball court? Eh? That basketball court might end up being what we use. Okay, basketball court is our #1 candidate so far. Oh, what is that? Ghost Hotel platform? Oh, that's a no-go. Man, I got all excited for a second. Nope. Seaport, here we go. Pier concrete. Would you look at that? Oh my goodness. This is a Christmas miracle. Okay, I need a massive drop on this to like 0.1. Yeah, that ain't gonna be enough. 0. I really hope negatives work. Okay. Up it to -1.0. Oh, dude, we're gonna have to get like crazy precise with this. Oh, it's still there. Cause that will absolutely drive me batshit if there's a crease in this for like ever. Okay, that looks incredibly flat. Okay, that took absolutely forever, but we have made ourselves a very clean looking ramp that is usable. By a ammo truck. So we are going to scenario save. Now the fun part, we get to play as multiplayer. And I'll jump in and test because I'm pretty sure I reverted my 50,000 CP change, which I'm going to need. Just in case things go badly. Yep, we reverted it. Okay. I gotta exit out of all this. And close the editor between saves. Just so you make sure you get a fresh load when you load in. So we're gonna go back to temp SQF. Jack ourselves back up to 50,000. Save. Okay, now you guys actually get to witness one of the really truly brutal reload scenarios that I have to go into. So I have to I loaded temp mission. I'm an idiot. There we go, Warlords Redux. This is definitely time you just crank up the jams and get ready for pain. Because what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to sit here and reload the game probably 50 times until I get near it. Because I cannot test this without being in near it. And last time I tested Caval, I tested as up 4, so this time I'm going to test Caval as blue 4. These scenarios are good for testing base spawns, though. We'll give you that. I have a massive amount of empirical evidence on whether bases can spawn on the same side of the map. Oh, this was close. So, what you can see happen here, had this base been over at Sophia, and this base been over here, this would have been one of those rare chances where you could have technically fit both bases on one side of the map. I still haven't seen it happen personally, but I know mathematically it is possible. It's just incredibly rare. If anybody wants to play a hilarious drinking game. Oh, never mind. I was going to say keep drinking till I get a near respawn, but here we go.
Warlords
Yeah,
Redux
dude,
now
my luck has been
initialized.
so good tonight. That was my second near
Voting for the
respawn
next
tonight
sector.
with only 10 loads. I really was not joking, guys, when I said it could take like 50 tries.
Select sector.
Get wrecked, Gavala.
Select drop zone. Airdrop in progress.
Probably should not have spawned that on the side of a hill like that. That was a
Sector selected.
good way to get yourself killed. So now I get to drive to Kavala, pray I don't die, and try to kill everything by myself in Kavala. By myself, I mean my AI. Then after I've killed it, capped it, I have to sit in here and spawn ammo trucks and fuel trucks and try to drive them up that ramp. I need some more high tempo jams here, dude. What do we got? Hang on, guys, just looking for some. Okay, got some a little more battle oriented. All right, let's roll. I don't remember how to drive to Kavala from here. Okay, hit that waypoint and take a left. Not gonna lie, it was really strange. I have OBS up on one of my other monitors. Watching myself drive a tank. Very strange. It's kind of like looking through the picture-in-picture mode. Except it's like full color. Okay, I can take this road. Alright, I can just drive this road straight to the beach. And I'm totally gonna test drive this tank straight up to the top of that aircraft carrier because I'm pretty sure this road is going to connect me almost straight with that ramp. Well, not quite. It's that last road on the beach, but why am I not seeing the aircraft carrier? Please don't tell me. Oh, there it is. Okay. It was on the other side of the mountain. Woo! Panic attack. I don't know, somehow deleted it. Yeah. Over here. Says we be sightseeing. This is the infantry spawn hill. At least in default Warlords, it's up here. Redux, a little bit different, but let's see what this looks like from, say you're a brand noob spawning in up on this hill. God, I wish you guys could listen to this music I'm listening to right now. It's like an epic gaming playlist. That's one bit. Oh yeah. Want to get the cinematic view here to go with my music. You know what? You want to know something really funny? I didn't even plan on playing Halo Infinite this week, but like came out and I was like, oh crap, it's free. Yeah, sure, I'll play it. And like the very first thing I had to do, like I played one game and I like the crouch key is control. I was like, what? Hell no. I remapped it to the armor controls. So pretty funny. And because of that it overlaps with like some other controls, so I had to like redo my keybinds just so my crouch key was same as armor. Okay, let's ooh. Aircraft carrier is massive. Oh. That ramp actually looks like, other than the underside being all janky, you know, I can't really do much about that, but that looks like crazy smooth from right here. It's so funny because look at the editor, I could like pick all the little details I screwed up on, but like when you're actually in game looking at it, you totally don't even notice all that stuff. Like I literally could have cut my editing time in half there had I been a little bit less precise, but it's totally worth it, dude, when you get in a game and like you see it perfectly smooth. Okay, it's time to kill some mofos. Let's go. Tank 100 meters wide. Did somebody just call? Okay, I misheard that. Look how good that ramp looks from right here. Like, amazing. I'm so good at my job. And as predicted, you were going to drive down the highway, turn in right here, smash to that lighthouse. Oh, dude, it's so smooth. Who built this ramp, guy? Who did this? This is... Oh god. Oh no, 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 no! Please don't kill me on the ramp! Ah. That is satisfaction right there. Absolute satisfaction. You literally can't even tell in game, like, all those, like, stupid .1s I put in. Oh no, I'm gonna freaking die. Don't kill me! Okay, these guys are not playing very nice. I screwed all my crew members. I thought it was going to be a really cool idea to get on the carrier and like just mow down infantry. Nah. It was not a cool idea. Okay, I downed 33 infantry that first run. That's good.
Select drop zone. Airdrop in progress.
Okay, I'm gonna let these two dudes drop. Run now over to me. I'm gonna fast travel to the zone, and then I'm just gonna spawn the tank. So, try to speed this up. Okay, so we know the tank got up that ramp forward, no problem. I don't imagine a ammo truck or field truck's gonna have an issue, but I don't want to say that as a factual statement without actually testing. Okay, apparently you're not going to get any closer to me. It's cool.
Select sector.
Wrong button.
Action cancelled.
Actually, you know what? Since we're going through all this trouble, I'm just going to load a loadout. Yeah, it's totally the wrong one. It's because I'm blue for... I don't think I have... You're choking me, dude. Okay. Now we roll with this.
Select destination. Destination selected.
Scuffed ass editing profiles, what this is, dude. Don't even got proper loadouts for both teams. Hey, yeah, this was a spawn hill. I was right. No can do. Probably because you're like 10 miles away. No, dude, I don't need you, man. going to get deleted. No can do. And you're dead. Infantry, rifleman.
Airdrop in progress.
Spawn 2 just in case I want to get shot on the way down. I actually like this better now that the aircraft carrier is behind this hill. Like before, it was kind of like directly up front on the AO. It's a little bit cooler now that it's a little slightly farther away and hidden behind there a little better. Oh yeah, these dudes are getting lit up. Okay, pro tip, don't drive on top of the aircraft carrier this time. Maybe we won't get our tank exploded. Although I do know there's a lot of people over by the beach, because that many people saw me. I was up on top of the aircraft carrier. Means the beach might be a good place to go looking for kills.
Select sector. Incoming sector scan.
Okay, let's drive this way for a little bit, and we're gonna whip it left and go down to the highway and the beach. There we go, kill them all.
Sector scan terminated.
Yeah, got the AT, bro. Come around here. A little bit sad that didn't line up as good as I wanted, but it looks so smooth. Like, oh yeah, how I could be mad about that. Maybe if I yeah, maybe if I shifted the carrier over a couple meters, I could have lined it up with this little exit. And you could have just turned out, drove straight up, but I love you guys, but don't love you that much to replace all those objects. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck you guys. I'm smiling right now. You can't see it, but yeah, not gonna happen. If somebody in the future wants to go fix that, be my guest. Ain't gonna be this guy. And oddly enough, I lined everything up exactly east-west, so you actually could do it just by modifying the Y values. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay, how about you kill the guy in this alleyway, hey? Okay, my remote gunner clearly sees this dude. There we go. What are you looking at, Mr. Remote Gunner? 1 second. I'm trying to figure out what this remote gunner is looking. Okay, he's lost aggro.
Select sector. Incoming sector scan.
Let's go. There's actually a ton of dudes behind me, but I want to go kill these guys on the far side of the AO. And we just loop back to spawn hill and wreak some havoc. There's one guy right on the edge of the AO. What a douche.
Sector scan terminated.
Yeah, your life's about to come to crippling end. You're dead. Okay, everybody's dead in the AO except spawn hill guys. Look how cool that looks, dude. Aircraft carrier out there. Like, you can actually barely see it sometimes when you're in a city, but when you get these gaps in the building. Looks ridiculously cool. Like, oh yeah, there's a giant ass aircraft carrier out there. Oh, more gunner see something. There we go. Ah, you see it? Somebody triggered combat. Or it means there's an AT gunner somewhere. I'm willing to bet that's the guy right over here. Oh, or maybe it was the guy that threw the grenade. That smoke grenade just popped up. Okay, for the last little bit of this test, I'm going to kind of park my tank out of the way. And fingers crossed, these vehicles should spawn pretty close to me on this beach since there's plenty of open area. Should be a good place to park it. Okay, now I want an AO that's nowhere near me, so I don't get any stray, like, issues.
Sector selected.
Okay, here we go. Vehicles. Just to be thorough, I'm going to use, I guess, everything.
Select drop zone. Airdrop in progress.
Yes, I was right. Yay for knowing the code. So if my understanding of the spawn code is right, it's basically just looking for the close place near you to spawn the parachute. And considering Cavallo is like covered in buildings, this beach basically becomes like a perfect drop zone for the AI to, or the Redux code to Oh, that ain't good. I'm so glad I left AI in that tank. Okay, a lot of this testing we're going to do is going to be extremely redundant, but I would rather be redundant instead of having someone in the live server find out. Look how good that looks! Mamma mia, perfecto! Oh, dude, this is so easy. I way overdid this, dude. I totally overdid this, man. That's almost too easy, dude. Yay, now I gotta run up and down and try this like 10 times. Okay, I'm definitely not parking any other vehicles that far away. This ship is deceptively huge. What does it look like? Oh, that ain't good. Oh, from infantry, you can definitely see. Coming down, you can kind of see how janky it is. Yeah, here in the right mind's gonna be walking down this ramp, though. Looks amazing going up. That's what matters. Yo, dude, what? Who's shooting at me? Yeah, it's not being cool, man. just chill, guys. I gotta do some vehicle testing. So glad I stuck this thermal helmet on. I want to make sure I'm actually on solid land before I call something in.
Select drop zone.
Yeah, no whammies, dude.
Progress.
Got it again. Perfect. I should spawn a second one.
Select drop zone. Airdrop in progress.
Ooh, that ain't good. That ain't good at all. I think it's gonna come down right on top of a building. Oh wait, maybe it's gonna drift towards me. Yeah, this looks like it's drifting towards the beach. We might be okay. Oh, I don't know about that, bro. You're gonna land on top of that building. Boom! There's a medical truck. That'll be fine. Just want to make sure I can get up the ramp in reverse, just in case some freak show actually attempts this. GG, no read, just completely backed up that ramp. No hands, without looking. Okay, so we know field truck works.
Select drop zone. Airdrop in progress.
At this point, I'm just kind of wondering if it's gonna.
Airdrop in
Oh no,
progress.
these ones are both good. Noise. Well, guys, I think we're done. It's sure if anybody's actually watching this on YouTube, they're like, God, that took forever, but didn't really feel like it to me. Ooh, oh, he destroyed that tent, dude. Okay, final ramp test. This guy I'm also going to do a complete up and down test, because I think he's not one of the other important ones. Yeah, this is the ammo guy. Dude, this character is so big. Not even gonna look. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, cool. Everything works. Tested the 2 critical vehicles going upwards and backwards, and I tested every single possible helmet. So I'm pretty happy with that. since we are on the USS Freedom, we are going to yell Freedom! What? Is that truck floating? That's hilarious. Okay, cool. So, yeah. The code base is now ready for release. I fixed all outstanding bugs. Going to go to mission. Okay, we can't discard this one because we actually moved a bunch of stuff. This is not a camera thing. But we can discard this. Get verified temp code that start CP is back to 1000. Okay, how do we want to title this? Reposition Kavala Easter egg? Like... No, I should just like be completely upfront, honest about it. Pre-event. Confusion. Is that T or confusion? Spawn code does not work on the Okay, that's a pretty accurate description of the situation. Cool. Commit. Gonna push. Let's go back to Discord and our to-do list for tonight. Make sure we get everything done. Okay, moved the Kavala. Freedom outside of Korbelz is done. Built a ramp that is usable for ammo and fuel trucks. Yes, we've done all these things, we've tested all these things, and we've submitted the code to GitHub. So there you go, guys. That's a very long form live stream of how you do stuff for Warlords Redux 2.0. There's a lot of babbling and AFK time and other stuff in there. But yeah, that's literally it. I just make a to-do list. I look at the bug list. I look at feature requests. Yeah, it's that easy. Look at the feature requests, look at the bug list, make a to-do list. And yeah, you just start jamming, dude. Spend a lot of time on the wiki. doing stuff. Wow, I should not be clicking through those discords. So, cool. Hope you guys enjoyed a much more long form workflow type Redux video. So, I will see you around. Tell you what, now that I got set up, I'll listen back to the live stream, make sure the audio wasn't too bad, because I was like coughing and stuff a lot at the start. But now I know how to mute. I'll test and see how it works. If the audio is not too bad, or I can fix the audio, I may do this more often, but yeah, it's all about the audio. I don't want people having horrible